Welcome to upstate New York, Syracuse University, and under the dome today we have a terrific clash in store. We're really looking forward to this matchup. You've got a team that's made its way into the top 25, now trying to pass an all-important road test. As we'll see, the number 11 team in the country, the Florida State Seminoles, taking on the winners of 3 straight, the Syracuse Orange. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, joined here in the booth by David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. And guys, let's get this thing started. Syracuse will kick off and we'll be underway. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Finds just enough space to cross the 25. Let's mark it at the 27-yard line. So the Florida State Seminoles offense will start this game off. Sometimes you sense that what the kids call swagger is a false bravado. This dude is nothing but real at wide receiver.
He's got that speed, and you see DBs, they're probably watching him come on the field right now, and they understand it's going to be a long game. This guy can go get it. He can run. He can do a
ball in the air, intercepted. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
Well, statistically, this defense is not one of the better units against the pass. They're trying to change that here today. What a great job tracking the ball down, making a play on it, stabbing it out of the air for a big interception early. That should be massive for their confidence.
First down for this offense. They're looking for an advantage to the right. Works his way down to the 10-yard line after a pickup of 3. Operating in the red zone here on second down. Jet sweep to the receiver. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big third down in the red zone. Looking to throw for it. The sweet feet buy a little time. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be first and goal. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. Trying to pound it in. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Orange. Offense did exactly what it's supposed to do with a start like that one.
When you're set up with that field position, you're thinking touchdowns. You're not thinking field goals. It's exactly what the offense does. Takes advantage of great field position.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point makes it 7-0. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And finish the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Looking to throw, it's Gadecki. Unloads to the wideout. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And it's a first down. They'll mark it at the 44. A new set of downs after the completion. They'll try the run.
Well, nice job hauling that pass in. I'll tell you, he keeps defenses on their heels. He really does. His speed is so scary. And I think back to my days in college, we used to play against the Seminoles when they had Peter Warrick and Lavernius Coles, and because of their game-breaking ability, it put so much pressure on our defense. I'll tell you, this guy's good enough to, I think, have played on that Seminole offense, and he would have gotten some looks. This guy can make some plays.
The give to the tailback. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Slings it downfield. Complete downfield. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. Looking to move it through the air. Throws to the wideout. He's got it. Gets it inside the 5, down to the 4, and it'll be first and goal. New set of downs right on the doorstep for this offense. With the run on first and goal. He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. Heftiness coming out on the goal line. On second and goal, they believe he's got a nose for the goal line. He pushes it forward all the way to the 2-yard line. And they've been able to get within 2 yards. Now will they try to throw it in for the score? And he takes it to the house. Touchdown Seminoles!
And I love it. I love the physicality of this offense. It's third and goal. I trust my offensive line to pave the way, give the ball to my running back, and know he's going to physically punch this thing into the end zone.
Ready to try the point after. Splits those uprights right in half. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Hey, guys, got a final score in a big top 25 matchup. LSU had a dominant win, the kind the folks in Baton Rouge were used to in 2019 when Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson led the Tigers to a national title. Talk about a special team.
They'll try to outflank them with the jet sweep.
Each week in college football, the tests are just so tough, and we found that out again today, guys, with another ranked team going down.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update. And gang tackling on this dude is a good idea. They needed it, but he still got the first down. And they'll line up from the 31 on first down. Looking to throw. He's knocked down in the backfield, a swarming defense, and he'll lose 7. Been showing them the run, now they'll throw it. Gets open down the middle. And the defense drags him down. Coming to the line of scrimmage on third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Grab near the marker, it's Zimmerman. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a first down. Syracuse has a really nice drive going. They'll throw it on first down. Got his man down the middle. And they pick up just a few on that completion.
Defense, man, it helps you a lot when you can be a linebacker or a corner or some safety, anybody, and you see the QB throw the football. Now I can break on the football right away and limit gains like right here on this play.
Now on second down. They'll run play action. Finds his man. It's Marshall. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Third and short from the 49. Is this 4-down territory? They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. And from this angle, I don't think he got the first down. The defense won at the line of scrimmage. Fourth down, and the punt team sends it the other way. Signal goes into the air, and he makes the fair catch at the 10. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. How big is this drive? Scored a touchdown the last time they had it. Defense gets a stop, and now it's up to them in a tie game.
All right, so if you're the offensive coordinator here, let's dial it in. Who are your best matchups and best playmakers to take advantage of this golden opportunity?
Yeah, and I'm interested to see this defense, too. Like, the momentum is clearly not in your favor. How do you get it back? How do you make a big play? Do you be more aggressive here to try to get the football back to your offense?
Touch pass on the jet sweep. Oh, sweet feet. And how does he keep running? I'd be dizzy after a spin move like that.
It's so important this offense is able to get this guy the ball in space, especially on the perimeter of the field. And I love that last play call because he's able to get outside and use his speed. To me, that's where this guy is his most dangerous.
And the Seminoles will snap it on 1st and 10. Gives it to the back on the draw. Really important for a ranked team going into a hostile environment like this one, not to give the underdog reason to believe.
Yes, reason to believe, and don't give the fans reason to get jacked up and excited. Come out early, be in a business mode mindset.
You got to start fast. You got to have a sense of urgency. You cannot come sleepwalking into an environment like this, because if you do and you make some mistakes, this crowd will pounce on you and seize momentum.
They'll put it in play from the 41 on 1st down. Looking for space. It's Battle.
How about the defender being a heat-seeking missile? He was on radar lock. He found the football and flew down with some bad intentions.
Quickly to the tight end. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. On 3rd down, he drops the throw. Trying to escape and get it himself. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the 1st down, and he slides in safely.
It's just so hard to stop. There is no rhyme. There is no reason. He just scrambles around, makes people miss, and the next thing you know, you look up and he's 20, 30 yards down the field, and there's nothing you can do about it.
He'll be down at the 4-yard line after that terrific run. The Seminoles trying to pay off the threat on 1st and goal. Looking to pass. It's Gadecki. And it's caught. Touchdown, no!
Each and every week, I think this coaching staff does such a good job of scheming ways to get this guy the football in the passing game, and defenses can't cover him. With that last catch, this is now his 10th receiving touchdown on the season.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. The Syracuse offense heads back onto the field. That last drive fizzled out, Jesse. They had to punt it.
Yeah, they did. And, David, they're just going to have to do a better job this time around erasing the mental mistakes.
And just trying to solve the defensive riddle, understanding what they're trying to do to you and attack them.
And that's why QBs love their tight ends so much, right? Especially when they're athletic, because they make short throws turn into long gains. Because of his ability after the catch, it's so unique and special. He is dominant in this offense.
Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. Wide receiver coming across in motion. The receiver on the jet sweep. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Looking for that 1st down on 3rd and short from the 28. Now they'll run the draw. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down. They'll give it to him again. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. They move the tight end all over. Gonna run it. It's Marshall. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. 3rd and short from the 44, and we might know if they plan to go for it on 4th down by what they call here. They're working that left side. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. Motion from the offense. They'll go to the ground. Able to pick his way forward for a decent gain before the defense gets him down. Got 6 on 1st down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. The defense trying to get a stop on third down from the 44. It's a draw. And they did not let him reach the line to gain. It'll bring up a decision here. Syracuse will send out the punt team. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. No return possible on this one. It goes out of bounds, and they'll mark it right around the 30-yard line. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Finds enough room to get 3 out to the 34. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Dropping back, it's Gadecki. Fires to the right. Almost a D lineman's dream, but he couldn't hang on. It'll be third down. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Feeling some heat. And the defense is all over the quarterback, and down he goes.
Defensive linemen live to get after the quarterback, to get sacks, to get by those big hog mollies up front on the offensive line and say, you taste dirt.
The Noles will try to pin them back with the punt. Gets off his first one of the day. He was called on 5 times in the victory last week. He gets a block. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return. The Orange have the ball back and ready to go to work. That last drive won't go on the highlight reel after ending in a punt. They'd like to be more productive this time, David.
And I think this offense has to be a little bit more balanced. Find a little balance between the run, Jesse, and working in that pass.
And I think, too, David, it's just going to take a spark. It just takes one play to get this thing picked up and going.
And there were no creases or crevices to run through, and they shove him out of bounds. Just shy of midfield at the 47. The defense needs a third down stop. They'll try to get it through the air. Fires to the wideout. And they fail to hook up on third down. Syracuse will be forced to punt. He'll try to really get into this one. He'll call for the fair catch here. Offense making its way onto the field to start the drive. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After the misconnection, it's second down. To throw, it's Gadecki. Pressure coming. And he got a hand in there, knocks it away, incomplete. Now on 3rd and 10, if they can move the chains here, maybe they can get this drive started. From the gun, wants to pass. And the quarterback caught up 2 and sacked at the 12. How about that Mike linebacker bringing the heat right up the middle?
Right down Broadway, right in the middle of the defense. This is the guy that sees everything, makes all the calls, and you could tell he knew where he was coming downhill. It came wide open, and he comes to the quarterback and gets the sack.
The Seminoles will punt it away on 4th down. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. He's got great speed. Good job by the coverage unit to put a stop to that return. The Syracuse offense heads back onto the field. After a punt on their last possession, they are set up in plus territory this time.
And honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if they scored a touchdown their last possession. You've got to be able to turn the page and see this as a brand new opportunity to go get points.
Yeah, and your defense has set you up for in a position to get points right away. Now, let's get this offense back rolling again, create some momentum, just get a few first downs, and I'm in scoring position.
Excellent job working through the air. They're finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. Keeping it on the ground with the running back.
Keep pounding away at this defense and make them play the run. If you can get this many a chunk, they're going to have to commit more guys to the box, more guys to the run.
And the pass is intercepted. He'll try to take it back. He's at the 40, the 20. And he's going to run it all the way back. Touchdown, Florida State. What a Great play by this defense with a pick six.
And how about the defender? Exactly what you're supposed to do. Breaks on the football, makes the interception. Everybody on defense, we turn to offense. Go lay some blocks so my guy can get it and take it back to the house.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. They'll kick it off and send that defense right back out there to try to score again after the pick six. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Offense set on first down. Give to the running back. They shut it down quickly, but he gets two out to the 18. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. Trying to get outside on the jet sweep. And a short gain on this run, and that'll bring us to the end of the first. That's the end of the quarter, and Florida State has the lead. They largely dominated this first quarter as indicated by the stats. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. Muscling ahead on third and short. They'll move those chains, getting it out to the 29-yard line and trying to get this drive rolling. Syracuse ready to go to work with another first down. They'll ride the hot hand. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Here comes the offense on second down. He's looking to throw. They're setting up the screen. Lots of good stuff on that play. You slow down the rush, you get a completion, and you move the chains.
And most importantly, you're right. You don't force a short yardage situation that you have to get. Nice job. Invite that rush up the field. Take advantage of the aggressiveness of the defense. Make the catch, make the run, get the first down.
Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. Fast motion from the offense. Makes a man miss. Nice pickup there. Gets him the first down and sets him up at the 45-yard line. Offense about to reel off its 7th play of the drive. Unloads to the wideout. And the timing just a hair off. After the misfire, now on second down. Leaves it with the back. Keeps the legs moving. And he finds some solid space. Makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop him. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's 3rd and short. They're trying to slow that rush down with the draw. Now well within striking distance as that 3rd down play gets them a first at the 29. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Quickly complete. Put it right on him. Sweet play. Good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. Syracuse doing business in the red zone. The give to the back. Pulled down after a pickup of 3. Ball's at the 13. It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. On second down, just keeps firing. Not much of a chance there. He just had to get rid of it to avoid the sack. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. Can't make the grab as he was looking for his man right at the goal line. And they'll send out the field goal unit. It's good. After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. On the move from inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Hand off from the shotgun. They'll knock him down after a 6-yard gain to the 27. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with 2nd and 4. To the air, it's Gadecki. Short throw is complete, and he'll grab it, step out of bounds, and pick up the first down. Now from the 36-yard line, it's 1st and 10. Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. Just sort of a relentless run, getting everything that was available to him, and they'll mark him down at the 40. On 2nd down, looking again to throw. And they couldn't hold off the heat, and he goes down with the sack.
And they've been waiting for something good to happen with respect to getting after the quarterback, right? They're outside of the top 100 in the country in sacks per game, but finally now you see they're generating this pass rush. 3 sacks on the game so far.
They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. And the Noles will punt this one away. They'll look to pin him deep. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. The Orange have the ball back and ready to go to work. They're going to have to be more aggressive in this drive. You can't expect to win this one, David, kicking field goals.
No, especially when you're trailing. You got to have a little more urgency and maybe a little more aggressiveness, Jesse. And field goals are not going to get it done down the stretch.
Yeah, you're going to have to take some shots, no doubt. Bottom line, when plays present themselves, you've just simply got to make it.
At the 40, there he goes. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He'll try the left side. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. He's looking to throw. And they get the sack right out of the gate. They were trying to set up a screen. Instead, what they got was their quarterback putting paper and plastic and sack.
And how about the speed on defense with that rush? Getting to the QB so quickly. You're not expecting to get home on a screenplay like that, but, man, the old saying, speed kills, and you saw it right there.
They'll come to the line at the 42, facing a 3rd and long. He's looking downfield to throw. Snagged in the middle, it's Marshall. And Shore tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Orange will have to punt. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Hauls it in, looking for space. Everybody stays in their lanes well enough, and they stop him at the 31-yard line. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. He'll pull it on the read. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the first down play. Now on 2nd down. Off the play fake. Shoots it to the left. He's got it. Defense on skates that time. They finally drag him down at the 42. This offense lines up feeling awfully good after that big play. And a good, solid pickup there before the defense knocks him down. After the 9-yard pickup on first down, here's 2nd and 1. Quarterback touch pass on the jet sweep. And he breaks into the open. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end.
It's so hard for a defense to have to stop plays like that because it really forces you to play with great eye discipline. You see the pre-snap motion. Defense doesn't know if he's just running across the field and is going to run a route, if he's going to block, or if he has the football. That time, he was able to outflank the defense and hurt them to get that first down.
They're trying to get to it. So close to that end zone. He could almost taste it, but it'll be 1st and goal for this offense. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. They'll try to get it in with the run. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. Makes the grab on the left. Crisp execution in the passing game, and they've got it down to the 3. They keep pushing forward down to the 3, but now it's 3rd and goal. Quarterback on the move, still looking. And he's sprinting. He'll take it all the way. Touchdown Seminoles. They've got the lead and trying to put this one in a hammerlock here in Week 10. That touchdown gives his team a pretty significant lead at this point.
And that's what you want. You want to start fast. You want everything to come out and start clicking, make some plays. It doesn't always work that way, but when you do, man, the energy, the crowd, everybody's into it. Now the other team better respond.
PAT unit on the field. And with the extra point, they're on top by 18. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. Louisiana delivered the knockout blow early in this one, en route to the type of win that can turn some heads there in the Sun Belt. Trust me when I say the party is on in Lafayette. 60 minutes of football and a convincing outcome, and certainly a game with implications far beyond just the standings, fellas.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. The give to the left side. He stopped after getting a yard out to the 30. When you've already sent your punter out 4 times, at least he knows he's going to get his varsity letter, and his leg might get a bigger workout if they don't convert. He's got enough to give Syracuse the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Receiver going for the edge on the jet sweep. Couldn't fight his way out of his grasp. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. He finds his man. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. Syracuse will send out the punt team. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Fair catch called for and made. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. They'll throw it on 1st down. Wide open downfield. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. He'll keep it himself. And it's on the ground. Defense swarming on that loose ball. It'll be a turnover.
Man, and it was just the impact of the hit that dislodged the football from the ball carrier. There was a heat-seeking missile coming in there, and he knocked that thing loose.
All right, guys, so here's the offense back on the field again. Off play action on 1st down. And they got him. They'll get him down for the sack.
Oftentimes with play action, you're asking the quarterback to hold on to the ball a bit longer, and you're asking this offensive line to hold up and pass pro a bit longer. Against this athletic front 7 on defense, it's going to be tough.
That is the last thing you want on 1st down as an offensive sack. Now it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. That, friends, is a busted play. Incomplete. This is a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Fires to the wideout. He's got it. And they're getting it rolling with that play to the 42-yard line. Syracuse ready to go to work with another 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Fires it beautifully in on the crosser. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. On the run, it's Marshall. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. From the 36, a third down, and you wonder if they're willing to take 2 plays to get the first. The play-action fake. Looking to buy time. The quarterback scrambled around, but the defense able to scramble him and turn it into a sack.
Yeah, and how about this defense, man? That's the 3rd sack of the day. They've been putting pressure, getting him on the ground. Not something they've been good at throughout this season. This defense playing better because they're getting more pressure on the quarterback.
Syracuse will be forced to punt. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stick them deep in their own end. They'll mark it around the 10. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Quick pass on the fly motion. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Back to throw, it's Gadecki. Setting up the screen. They're able to get him stopped just shy of the first down marker. 3rd and short, they've got them back up inside the 20, and the D can get the ball back here. They'll try to get the first through the air. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
This defense needed something to go right, man. They're down big already in the first half. Get to the quarterback, get him on the ground. This could start some momentum going back the other direction.
And the Seminoles will line up to punt it away. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. A fair catch is called for and made just across the 50-yard line. The Syracuse offense heads back onto the field. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. It's complete to the left.
And you see so many smart wide receivers, so many smart tight ends nowadays that they know where the holes in those zones are, and they work with their quarterback, and they find them, and they sit down in them and make big plays. It's tough to sit back in zone against such smart players nowadays.
This feels like 4-down territory, 3rd and short from the 40. They'll try to move the chains on the ground. They thought they could just run it on 3rd and short, but this defense was there to make the stop. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this thing has been one-sided, and they hope to at least have something to feel good about going into halftime. The punt goes out of bounds, and a nice job to get them backed up. I think they'll spot it right around the 15. A lot of work to do as this drive will start from the 16-yard line. Dances away to buy time. And a nice pickup on the run and gets down to avoid contact. Offense has it at the 28 on 1st down. Dropping back, it's Gadecki. Throws to the wideout. It's complete. They'll move the chains after he gets it to the 43-yard line. They've come out with answers on this possession, and now another 1st down. Using the quick game. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the 1st down. Line getting set on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. The Seminoles have enough for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Back to the air one more time. Fires to the tight end. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the 1st down. New set of downs after that completion. Wants to throw on 1st down. Now improvising. Trying to make magic on the scramble. And he gets out of there and gets some yardage and gets down without taking any punishment. The offense will have to use its 1st timeout of the half. Just inside the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 19. He wants to throw. Got it. Can't quite cross the plane to get the 6, but they'll have the 1st down. They'll immediately call timeout. This offense has been running wild in the first half, but wait, they want more before they go to the locker room. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Noles!
That was a great example of a running back toting the rock with conviction. There's not a lot of time to hesitate. If you see a split second, you see a hold, you've got to hit it right now. Nice job by the RB there.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point splits the uprights, and they're up 35-10. So they got the touchdown, and as they kick off, really important for the defense to shut them down here. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Orange have the ball back and ready to go to work. To the air on first down. Gets it out quickly. There's a timeout called as this offense tries to find a way to draw a little closer. On second down, they'll take to the air. He'll get rid of it. He's got an open man. We've got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. Going up top on first down. Gonna take a shot. And the DB making a huge play, knocking it away downfield. Now on second down after the incompletion. He's looking to throw. That ball was nearly intercepted. They'll live to tell about it. Third down coming up. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On third down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. And the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down. The Orange will have to punt. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. Running out of time here in the first half. They're going to have to be efficient to put some points on the board before the break. He leaves it with the back. Dances away from one. A little more space. Open up that playbook even more as they pick up the first down out to the 30. Well, this is kind of weird. They're not even going to try to run a play. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Fellas, a typical first-rate broadcast so far today from Syracuse. And if you thought that was a quick first half, you'd be right on the money. An offensive showcase, yes, but it's been those dynamic running backs who have set the pace. I'm curious to find out if this ground and pound approach is going to continue into the second half, or if one of those defenses will actually show some pride. And with that, let's send it back to the guys inside the dome in lovely central New York.
Syracuse has it teed up, ready to kick off and start this second half. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Syracuse offense heads back onto the field. Huge deficit to start this third quarter. They just need to find something to build a little confidence.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well. When you're trailing by this much, this first drive, man, does everything matter and hinge on this? Because every possession in the second half is going to be critical.
Yeah, and I think if you're on offense, why hold back? What are you worried about? Nothing went well in the first half for you, and at this point, trailing by as much as you are, throw caution to the wind, be aggressive, and let's just see what happens.
They'll try to move the chains on third and short from the 25. Just a short pass to the tight end. Good tackle there to stop him short of the first down, and now they have to make a call. Syracuse will send out the punt team. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. Here comes the offense onto the field again. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Got his man. Found a bunch of room and got it to the 44-yard line. Trying play action. finds his big tight end. And he has run out of bounds as they go backwards there and just avoided the contact. It's complete to the right. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down. And the Seminoles come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Give to the back. And they picked up 9 on first down. It'll bring up second and short. From the gun, the ground game. The Seminoles will move the sticks. The analytics nerds will tell you that a 4-yard pickup on first down is a successful play. Let's see what they have on 1st and 10. Quick completion to the right.
I love offenses and quarterbacks that are willing to take the easy stuff. Take those easy throws that are guaranteed to get positive yards. Yeah, I'm going to take big shots down the field too. But don't forget, it's easier to pick up 2nd and 5, 3rd and 5 than it is when we start getting those long yardage situations.
It'll be a run on 3rd and short. And he just needed a few inches, and he didn't get it. The defense denies this offense. Trying to show their strength with the run on 4th down. They stop him short of the marker, and they'll turn it over on down. First down here for the offense. Wide receiver shows motion. Keeping it on the ground with the single back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Gets it out fast. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. On 3rd and long, he'll have to turn it loose deep. Get it out on the screen. And he never had a chance. As soon as he caught it, the defense was right there. He gets it away from his own end zone. Boy, that seemed to be prime return territory, but instead he'll set the offense up with great field position. The pull and throw off the RPO. Brought down at the 28. A chunk play, 15 yards on that one, and a first down. To the ground with the back. They pull him down after a 4-yard gain down to the 24. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. To the air, it's Gadecki. Unloads to the wideout. It's caught downfield. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, but they'll have it 1st and goal. Wants to go up top. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on first down. Can the defense stop them again on 2nd and goal? The give. Touchdown, Florida State. And the stomping has commenced. And at this point, they're just rubbing their noses in it.
There's nothing positive to be able to take away from this. You got beat down, you move on to the next game, start working on the next opponent. This one's over.
Lining up to add another. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Fellas, I think at least a portion of your audience will have an interest in the one that just finished up. Washington had an impressive showing at home, and to do it with some of the legends of the past there, Mark Brunell, Napoleon Kaufman, and Lincoln Kennedy, what a special victory.
They'll start this drive with a pass. Fires to the big fella.
A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams, but boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. Got his man downfield. And an explosive play has him on the move, and he gets it all the way to the 48-yard line.
That's what's so scary about this offense. They've got guys in the perimeter that can change the game in one single play, and you saw it right there. Too much speed on the perimeter to create that explosive play.
Fires to the big fella. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Wide out in motion. Jet sweep to the receiver. And they'll wrestle him to the ground after a short gain. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's 3rd and short. Off play action. Looking to scramble. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down.
The defense was not fooled. 3rd and 1 situation, everybody in the stadium expecting run. The offense trying to get a little cute, trying to take a shot, and it blows up in their face. Nice job by the defense.
Syracuse will be forced to punt. Make sure that there's not going to be a return on this one. Ball's out of bounds, and I think they'll mark it right around the 25. Looking to go up top on 1st down. The quick out. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. Set up for 2nd and short after that completion. From the gun. Give on the inside. Stopped at the 44, but he got 10 on the play. From the 44-yard line, the offense snaps it on 1st down. Back to pass, it's Gadecki. Fires to the wideout. Got him downfield. And the tackle is made, but not before that completion gets them 30+.
Love the individual effort by the wide receiver after the catch, making people miss, showing you the speed. Now he set up his offense down in the red zone.
They've marched to the red zone, and here they go. It's complete. Touchdown Seminoles. And the punishment has been extended. These guys wanted to make a statement. Statement has been delivered.
It's your job to stop him. Oh, don't run the score up. Well, do something about it. The defense has to step up and make plays. Obviously, they're not willing to do that, so just keep running plays and keep scoring.
Lining up for the PAT. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Orange have the ball back and ready to go to work. Their drive chart is starting to look a little monotonous. Punt, 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 David.
And their defense is starting to get a little frustrated, too. They just keep putting me back on the field, possession after possession. Jesse, this offense needs to get their heads out of their you-know-whats.
The punter's on the sideline with the oxygen mask right now. He's been playing so much. He's not used to this. This offense, they just got to stay on the field. They got to put a drive together and get some balance going, running and throwing the ball.
At the 45 on his way. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a 1st down.
I love that play call. This offense is going to run the football. They're not just going to do it between the tackles, but they're going to attack you outside. You saw that with that handoff. They get to the right. They get him in space using his speed. Good play call.
And he's able to find a little bit of running room before they get him down. They'll put the tight end in motion. Now the play fake. A strike downfield. And he gets it down to the 4-yard line before he's finally stopped. A terrific run after the catch. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Quick hitting end around on 1st and goal. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Now on 2nd and goal. A sack all the way back at the 5.
Quarterbacks don't have high completion percentages from their backs. It's been really hard for this QB to get in any kind of rhythm. We got to change something up here. We got to do something different because right now it's just a sack party.
And now after getting knocked back, they'll try it again, this time from the 5 on 3rd and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Pressure's there, and he gets rid of it. Good job to avoid the negative play and just get rid of that thing. They'll try to get something out of this drive and kick the field goal here on 4th down. Field goal is good.
I wouldn't say they cut into the deficit. They sort of microscopically edged off the deficit. It's still a mountain climb.
After putting up the field goal, they're set to kick it away. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And he'll be brought down after a solid effort on that return. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. He'll start this drive firing. Caught in the backfield, it's Herring. And they do a really good job. Not as easy as it looks to get those blocks. And he picks up the 1st down.
Get you some of that. And with that completion, now he's over 400 yards on the day. That's a really, really good game for this quarterback. He's been almost flawless.
See if they can turn this drive into points. They've got it 1st and 10 at the 50. Power football with the run. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. To the air. It's Gadecki. Got his man quickly. And the defense had that one well covered. Just a short gain there. They need the 40 to convert here on 3rd down. Movement here from the tight end. On 3rd down, going up top. Finds a soft spot in the middle. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep them from getting the 1st down. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Quarterback adapting. A really nice run and gain, and he gets down to avoid taking punishment. The Noles have it with a 1st and 10. Use the play fake, now to throw. Here's the shuffle pass, it's complete.
Well, it's a nice job, too, of the quarterback after the play fake there, getting his eyes down the field. He had to get that to his tight end quickly, knowing he wasn't going to have a lot of space to run with after the catch.
He's got his man. Takes it all the way down to the 4 after making the grab, and they're set up. The Seminoles trying to cash it in on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. Touchdown, Noles! And the pummeling has started.
You just simply can't say enough about this guy and what he has meant to this offense. Big-time players make big plays in big games. He has shown up each and every week. That's his 15th rushing score on the season.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
Florida State, 56, Syracuse.
On the run from inside his own 5. And the returner will be dragged down. The Syracuse offense heads back onto the field. They had to settle for the chip shot field goal last time, Jesse. They'd love for this one to pay off bigger.
Yeah, it just comes down to execution, too. Did a nice job out in the field, stalled a little bit once they got down to the goal line, so they just need to be a little bit more crisp here, Dave.
Yeah, and listen, I think the first part was the most important part. You got to put the drive together first to get down there. Now, when we get down there, focus on execution and getting 6 points.
Finds his way ahead for 6 and a little breathing room to the 17. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. Makes one man miss. That's a nice pickup to give them some breathing room, and they've got it out to the 27. And here on 1st down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. Use the play fake, now to throw. Unloads to the wideout. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? And after the incompletion on 1st down, this offense looking at 2nd down. They try to pop a run on the draw. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Now facing a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. Fires one high and deep. Makes the grab on the right. That is exactly what you want to do with the football. He's got it all the way down to the 15-yard line.
I love when you back the defense off of you. If you want to get aggressive, I'll take shots down the field, make the defense play more conservative, and now what? Now you're in the red zone with a chance to get some points.
Syracuse has a really nice drive going. Trying to cap this drive with the pass. Finds his target down the middle. Takes it all the way down to the 4 after making the grab, and they're set up. The offense threatening. Close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. A 1st down run on the doorstep. He steps and powers and works his way. They finally get him down at the 2. Now on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. Looking for the touchdown on 3rd and goal. Touchdown, Syracuse. And they'll put that scoreboard operator to work and put 6 on the board. Field shrinks, tight end grows. Big targets, big results.
I've never heard it put that way, but you're dang right. That guy is so big, a lot of times you get a DB matched up on him. He can just post him up. A linebacker, he can run by him. So that's why these tight ends are so dangerous down there in this red zone.
And he added the extra point. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. Sam Houston is currently up big right now. I got to think Huntsville, Texas is ready to party long into the night. They're up by 18 over Louisiana Tech.
Off the play fake on 1st down. Throws to the wideout. Wide open downfield. And he's brought down at the 40-yard line, and that'll be a 1st down. After that big gainer to open things up, they'll put it in play from the 40. Working that left side now. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. They think there's room to run to the right here. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. He's got 67 yards on the ground, and what a season he's having. It's almost certainly going to be a 1,000-yard campaign. He breaks a tackle. He has an extensive juke library, and he exhausted it and still didn't pick up much. From the shotgun, they'll run it. And as they get him to the ground, clock running, looks as if time will expire here in the 3rd. Trying to pick up a 1st down. That's the end of the quarter, and Florida State has the lead. Let's take a quick look at the national rankings to see how this playoff race is shaping up. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. They'll give it to the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. And the Noles decide to punt it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. And the return man will have no chance as the ball sails out of bounds. The Orange have the ball back and ready to go to work. He's going to pass. Grabbed behind the line. It's Marshall. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. And the short completion brings up 2nd down. He's looking to throw. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
How about this defense? No mercy. Like, listen, I know we're up big, but they are still hunting, still flying around, still chasing, still making life really miserable for this offense.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. Firing deep. Makes the catch on the left. Touchdown, Cuse. Made the grab and finished the deal in the end zone.
And this has been a rough day for this offense, and finally, some good things to happen. Build some momentum maybe for the future. You know, that's the way the coaches spin it when you're getting beat up and you're getting destroyed. Like, listen, let's find something for the future. Let's keep fighting. Let's keep working. This team's done that, put some points on the board, so it's not all bad.
He'll try to tack on one more. Right down the middle. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they top it off by going up top. 81 yards on the touchdown pass. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. The running back has it. That keeps the running game churning. Pickup of 5 to the 23. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. The give to the back. Tackled at the 28. It's a pickup of 5. Now on 1st down from the 28. They're testing the right side here. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. They get him stopped at the 32. That's a gain of 4. Line is set on 3rd down. They'll run play action. He hurls one deep down the left side. And the Seminoles send out the punt unit. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. On the move, it's Marshall. They'll put a stop to that return at about the 37-yard line. The Syracuse offense heads back onto the field. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Fires to the wideout. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. A huge gain on that one before he ran out of bounds, and he has the 1st down. And the best thing about this, the offense can't worry about the scoreboard. Just keep trying to make plays like that, Jesse.
I know a lot of people in the stadium probably feel like this game is over, and maybe it's been over for a while, Reese, but don't tell that to this quarterback and his teammates. They're still out there scrapping and clawing.
Let me tell you, this senior quarterback can flat-fitted in a tight window. They're threatening to score, and they'll throw it. Quick strike complete.
Really nice job by the quarterback understanding I needed to throw this ball hard. Like, I got to fit it in there tight. And a nice job by the wide receiver wearing it, because he really didn't have a choice, because he was going to wear that one regardless.
He caught it. Down to the 3-yard line, and that's where they'll have it 1st and goal. This offense in scoring position with a fresh set of downs. They'll try to run it in. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Orange.
Yeah, and listen, that is awesome to see the guys continue to fight, continue to keep competing, because this game is over. Like, we don't need to fool y'all. We're not trying to get y'all to stick around and improve ratings. Like, the game's over, but you're continuing to fight. You're powered in for the touchdown, and show your kids that we're going to always fight no matter what the score is.
On to attempt the try. Smashes it through for the PAT. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And close the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. On the move. Solid run, picks up 6 and gets it to the 28. Got 6 on 1st down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. They go to the ground. The Seminoles get enough to move the chains. They'll snap this one from the 32. It's first down. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And now on second down for this offense. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Touch pass on the run. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. How bold will they be on third down after that last run? Trying to get to it. And the quarterback bought some time, but not enough. Down he goes with the sack.
And it's such an advantage for this defense to have an outside linebacker like that can rush the passer because they can set the edge. They can get off the ball, and they're just way too fast for tight ends or for offensive tackles to get out and block them.
And the Seminoles line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. He'll bring it back. It's Marshall. He gets it up to the 34-yard line before he stopped, and that's where the offense will set up shop. The Orange have the ball back and ready to go to work. Trying to find his man on first down. Finds the tight end. Stopped at the 44, but he got 10 on the play. Moved the chains with that completion now on first down. Looking to move it through the air. And he was drilled just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. After the misfire, it's second down. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Got him, and nobody's close. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. They want to just keep throwing it. Makes a connection. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. Fresh set of downs after the completion. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. He'll pull it down. Able to get just a few before sliding to avoid the hits. Syracuse has it in the red zone. Dialing up a second down pass play. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to avoid the loss. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Corner's right up on that line of scrimmage. Couldn't find his man last time. Now they'll have to convert 3rd and 4. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Down in the 4th quarter, it's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Makes the catch past the sticks. The tackle is made, but he's got it 1st and goal from the 6. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Turning to the running game on 1st and goal. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. They go right back to this guy on 2nd and goal. Just hammer it with this running back again, and he noses his way into the end zone.
And I like the running back's vision. He sees the hole, explodes through it. He knows where the goal line is, gets in the end zone, gets 6.
And now they'll empty the backfield for the 2-point try. He's looking to pass. Getting some heat. And the quarterback goes down, but there is a penalty flag down, and I think the offense is going to pick up the first down. The defense was offside.
56, Syracuse, 4.
About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Here's another opportunity, Jesse, to stretch out this lead after punting last time.
I think it goes back to your playmakers, Reese. I think it's finding the guys that have been working for you earlier on in this game and getting them the football.
Yeah, and there's obviously no need to panic. I mean, think about it. You got the lead. You got the football. You got to be smart with the football, make your plays, put a good drive together here.
On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. He took a hit as he threw it and couldn't deliver the football. It's incomplete and 4th down's coming. He'll call for the fair catch here. Guys, this offense will go back on the attack. He'll try to pop the draw. They stop him cold, maybe gets a yard to the 34. Didn't get much on 1st down, it's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Pulls it in, it's Zimmerman. He almost picked up the 1st down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Syracuse right back at it. He'll throw on 3rd down. Throws to the wideout. Makes the grab. And he was off to the races. Finally tripped up at the 36. They absolutely had to have that 3rd down to keep any glimmer of hope alive.
And defensively, that's exactly what I want. Make you get the 3rd down. The clock is your enemy. Multiple possession lead. That is right where I want this.
And the quarterback runs out of time, and down he goes at the 38. We'll see if they can get a little better protection after the sack. It's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. Quarterback doing what he does best. He can move. And this defense has maxed out this pressure. Another sack. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. It's caught. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the 1st down. On 4th down, going to the air. Starting to feel a little pressure. And they got him. A sack denies the try to convert on 4th down.
Yeah, and unfortunately in the 4th quarter, losing, you got to put the foot on the accelerator. You got to make something happen. So I get they had to be aggressive and go for it. They just can't seem to get this offense to make plays when they need it the most.
The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. They missed an opportunity to extend this lead the last time they had it, Jesse.
Yeah, they got to be able to regain that momentum, right? Go back to what was working earlier on in this one. And, David, to me, that starts with being the more physical team.
Oh, I definitely agree. Being the more physical team, but understanding the situation of the game. You're still winning. You got the football back. Now put a nice drive together and execute.
Timeout called there by the defense, desperate to get the ball back and save as much time as possible. The offense will put it in play from the 47 on 1st and 10. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. The defense uses their 2nd timeout of the half as they try to get their act together. They'll run it to keep the clock moving. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Quick timeout call by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. And boy, is he close to that 1st down, maybe just a couple of inches short. 4th down and inches, and you go read any book you want to, any analytical measure, and it will tell you, go for it. Finds him out of the backfield. And the defense able to drag him down, but not before. They'll recycle that down marker. So with the late lead, they're ready to just drain the clock in victory formation. And with the game all but decided, this quarterback will take a knee. Plenty of fireworks in this one. A lot of points. They always talk about having the chalk last, and it seemed like whoever was on offense had the last laugh.
It's amazing how much offenses have just boomed in college football. So good, so many ways to hurt you. And you saw both of these offenses put on a show today, Jess.
Dave, we talked to both of these coaching staffs, and their defensive coordinators were losing sleep all week. They knew this was going to be a tough task ahead of them. So much speed, so much firepower on both of these offenses. And, man, we saw that here today.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.